Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon, and or good evening, wherever you are, whenever you are watching this. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 6 hours of Paul Ricard, presented by Odyssey Racing League. My name is Christian Julian, I also go by Koju here, and we are right already in qualifying. It is a 10-minute qualifier, around less than 4 minutes left as we've joined in just towards the tail end of the action. Fastest laps have already started being put down. 152.912 for the number 13 Ford Mustang on our screen, which puts them in provisional pole position, as we do see some traffic coming up for the Ford Mustang. So that is pole position so far for the number 13. We do have the number 913 Lexus, driven by Damien for the Odyssey Racing League esports team, in the very beautiful orange and blue livery there. On the back straight, the 913 goes. And not too far away from the 913 is the number 276. That's Emre Sunmez for Baller Squad Racing behind the wheel of the Ferrari there in P3 overall. 21 car grid for today's endurance race. It is 6 hours, so it is going to be a battle of attrition between not only the cars on track, but between the drivers themselves, as they are going to have to deal with the driver swaps and arguably the shortest pit lane to ever exist here at Circuit Paul Ricard. It is like 10 feet of entrance and like 30 feet of exit, as we actually see Emery driving through the pit exit there, as it goes automatically onto the racing line once you are leaving the pit. So it is going to be very interesting to see how traffic's going to be handled there in that sector, as we are still on board with the number 276. Getting through the final parts of qualifying here at Circuit Paul Ricard. It's a 3.5 mile circuit, 5.7 kilometers. It is a nice 23 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, 31 degrees Celsius on the track. I believe that is like 30s, like in the high 80s, if not low 90s in Fahrenheit. Let's double check here, because I have terrible math. Can't even spell. Oh my goodness. It's around 87 degrees Fahrenheit, yep. As we check in with some other drivers here, going down to the number 455. That's the transmission BMW. Matty Garcia behind the wheel of the number 455 BMW, crossing the finish line. Will they improve their time? It does not look like their time is improved, so they're going to be staying in P6 for now. They did cross the finish line before the timer ended, so they are going to be able to finish their qualifying lap here. However, it does not look like it's going to be the same for some of the rest of these cars. There is a cautionary yellow flag in the end of the first sector there, as we did see a car return to garage from our track map there. Matty Garcia going off the track, and that is going to be ending their qualifying run as we move over to Ben for Cryonics Flyby Bandits and number 711 Nissan GTR. A car that is near and dear to my heart. The Godzilla here on our screen is arguably one of the coolest cars on track. Also, one of the oldest cars on track, I believe. I believe the car that is that is just as old, if not older, would be the Lexus. That's the number 913 Lexus. And we do also have the number 100 Lexus there. So we do have two Lexi. I'll let y'all decide that. But we do have two of the Lexus cars on track for today's race. We also have a plethora of different other manufacturer machinery here on track, so you will not run out of options to choose which of these cars is your favorite? A little bit of Ferrari, a little bit of Lexus, BMW, have some Fords. We have a couple of McLarens, a couple of Porsches. I do see a Mercedes AMG there. And of course, the Nissan on our screen. Now this is a endurance cup or an endurance series. We do have multiple rounds. This is round 1 of 5. It is the Paul Ricard 6 hours today. We do have round 2, which is going to be 12 hours of Nordschleife. It's going to be May 9th, starting at 8 a.m. Central Time, which I believe is 6 p.m. Central Eastern Time. I'm so terrible with all of this, but the session is over, so that does put us with the number 13 Ford Mustang in pole position, the number 913 Lexus in P2, and it does look like Emery Sunmes is going to be on the last step of the podium there, the number 276 Ferrari for Baller Squad Racing. We're gonna go to a quick intermission, and we'll be right back with the starting grid walk here for the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Starting there on the front stretch, we are going to be going through turns 1 and 2, getting to the hotel. Turns 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we're going to get a very nice back straight there, which is the Minstrel Straight. It's going to let all the cars get wheel to wheel. Put down the loud pedal as hard as they can so they can get better track positions. They go into turn 8, then the loopy parts of turns 9 and 10 before they get into the infield part of the final turns of 12, 13 before they go back onto the front straight there and complete a lap here at Circuit Paul Ricard. Racing fans, and we are back with the 6 hours of Paul Ricard presented by Odyssey Racing League. Our starting grid walk here as the cars start to get warmed up and are going to start doing their first formation lap. Well, the first and only formation lap as we get started here. Going to be showing off some of the cars as we go along. The number 13 in pole position, Arnaud de Lassus in the car behind the wheel of the number 14 third Mustang. We have Damien behind the wheel of the number 913 Lexus. That's the Odyssey Racing League Lexus in P2. On the third and the last step of the podium, it is Emre Sunmez for Baller Squad Racing. Lining up next to them in P4, it is Mavis for Team Purple Deluxe. And the number 191 Ferrari. Linus, P5 for Cryonics Racing. P6 is Manny Garcia for Transmission. And the number 455 BMW. P7 goes to Noah for Team Purple Deluxe as well. A second Team Purple Deluxe team. We're going to see, it's going to be interesting to see where the sister cars end up on the grid at the end of the 6 hours. But it's going to be a very exciting one, I can tell you that. P7 is Ben Zietz, I believe that is how it's pronounced. And the number 711 Nissan GTR, Godzilla itself in P8. That's the Cryonics Flyby Bandits GTR. P9, Swakorn Songsang in the number 19 Ford Mustang. Full Send is the team name, and Full Send, it might be indeed from P9. From P10, I'm going to pronounce this as Jiraput for Full Send as well, a sister car in the number 72 McLaren. To round off your top 10, in P11, it is Daniel Kleppel for Broza Racing Esports team in the number 95 Ferrari. Very nice livery there in the purple and white. P12, it is Kyle White for Stint Happens in the number 275 Ford Mustang. P13, Robert Logan, the sister team right behind Kyle White in number 275 more Ford Mustangs. The number 106 Ford Mustang for Stint Happens in P13. P14 Super Chat is Full Send Racing 269 McLaren in P14. P15 is Andre Batista for 987 Racing behind the wheel of the number 992 Porsche. P16 is Daniil for more FPS Racing. P16 and the number 452 BMW. P17 is Luca Dubois. Dubois? Let me know if I'm mispronouncing that wrong in the chat. But it's the number 28 Lamborghini, which is my favorite car. So I'm going to be rooting for you, Luca, in the P17. P18 Ryan Bishop in the number 253 Aston Martin. Emma Castellan in the number 456 Transmission McLaren. P19. P20 goes to Harry Bartlett for Emily Frey Lexus Racing, the number 100 Lexus to be exact. Carl for Easy Racing, and P21 behind the wheel of the number 22 Porsche. Ooh, there seems to be a little bit of an issue with my software, so I'm going to be going manually now. P22 goes to Propowich in the number 77 Ford Mustang there for Whisper Racing. And it should be Stefan in the number 4. However, it seems that I am having an issue with the program, so let's see if we can get this open before we get the party started. As we are waiting for the green flag drops, and the race has started here for the 6 hours of Paul Ricard presented by Odyssey Racing League. A very good run by the Mustang of Arnaud in the lead, pushing Damien from the Lexus, and a big spin actually because contact between the Lexus and the Ford Mustang there coming into the first turn. Everything else looks relatively clean. However, the stewards are not going to be happy about that incident there. We do see the two Ford Mustangs there battling it out with the Lamborghini, trying to gain position as we move up towards the middle of the pack there. Looks like a Ford Mustang has gone off into turn 3 as we are looking at the rest of the front of the grid. Damien Konchik now in P2 overall, continues to be P2 overall, as there was a slight bump in there in the front. That's going to be moving Emre Sönmez for Baller Squad Racing now into the lead. The number 276 Ferrari is leading the pack as we go onto the back straight for the first time. As we move down some of the cars as they start pressing down that loud pedal as hard as they can, trying to get up as much speed and stretch out them legs, as we do see a little bit of side-by-side action happening towards the back of the pack. And we're coming into the first quick right-hander of the track, as we do see them start to spread out just a tiny little amount. However, some of the cars are going to be trying to stay as close as possible to each other as they trying to gain track position before any of the shenanigans start. Coming through the final turn under racing conditions for the first time, it does look like Emery's still going to be in the lead. The Lexus of Damien for Odyssey Racing League Esports, not too far off behind him. Mavis in the Team Purple Deluxe Ferrari in third place there, as we still have fourth is going to be for Linus in the number 717, and Matty Garcia in the transmission 455, rounding off your top five as we continue watching the battle on our screen. We are still having technical difficulties on the software side, so I do apologize for the abrupt cuts, but we're going to try to bring you as much action as possible here. Do see a position change for the number 19 getting up into P13, as we see the number 452 start bleeding some spots, going from P13 to P15 now. Swaghorn and Luca Dubois taking advantage of the situation there and moving up a couple of spots. A stop-go 30 already handed out to the number 3 AMG. That is very interesting to see already as we start moving down the line to check out where all the rest of the drivers are. Side-by-side action, a dive from the number 913, trying to get in front of and stay in front of the number 191. However, the number 191, driven by Mavis, able to get a very nice clean underswitch and is now in P2, moving Damien down into the third part, or the third rung of the ladder of the podium there. I do apologize if the screen was going a little crazy there. As we still see the front three race leaders starting to bunch away from the rest of the pack. We may start seeing separation from the leaders here as they start getting into their groove. A couple of laps in now for the drivers here, 2 laps to be exact. However, the Pirelli tires are going to start warming up here, especially as they get onto the long back straight here. A little bit of a slipstream by the looks of it for the Lexus as it tries to use all of the power behind that V8 machinery to try to get along the inside. An inside move being made. Is there going to be contact, the potential contact, as they now go side by side coming into the fast right-hander at the end of the long straight. Looks like the Team Purple Deluxe Ferrari is going to have to give up the position for now, but into the braking zone. Will a move be made? It does not look like it, as the number 913 is able to get back into second position. A little bit of a squirrely entrance there, potentially missing the apex for the number 191 as they try to slot back in and apply pressure to Damien behind the wheel of that Lexus. However, Damien is a familiar face here at Odyssey Racing League, as well as an Odyssey Racing League esports driver. So the pressure being applied by the number 191 will not phase Damien as they continue to look forward and potentially try to make an attack on the number 276 Baller Squad Racing Ferrari. Moving a little bit further down, if the program will allow me. Oh no, yeah. Do you see Noah, I'm going to pronounce it Boos? Noah Boos in the Team Purple Deluxe 193 Ferrari, applying pressure steadily to the number 455 transmission BMW. Matty Garcia behind the wheel of that BMW, potentially behind the wheel of that BMW, and feeling the pressure from that Ferrari as they now go into the right, left, and now the long back straight here. We're going to see if Noah can set up an overtake towards the end of this straight, as we do see potential flashing. However, that might just be the lighting on my side. Andre Batista and the number 992 Porsche trying to break his way into the top 10. Kyle White and the number 275 Ford Mustang on the right side of your screen right there, trying to be the gatekeeper of the top 10 as they try to hold on to their positions there, coming through the final couple of turns here. That's going to be turns 10, 11. Now through turns 12 and 13, we're going to be seeing if any moves can be made here. Speaking of short pit entries, I don't know if you did see that on the right side of your screen, but that is the pit entry for Paul Ricard. It is arguably the worst, in my opinion. The entry and exit there, the exit being right on the racing line there, as you could see. So it is going to be a very dangerous entry and exit for the drivers as they go to the pit lane later on during this race to refuel. We do not have a mandatory stint timer or mandatory pit stops, but I believe the drivers have to go in for fuel. Tires are optional, so it's going to be interesting to see if any drivers will be double stinting tires, or if they are going to slap on fresh Pirelli rubbers after their stint. It's usually around 52 to like about an hour long stint, depending on the type of vehicle that you have. Some cars are a little bit better on the fuel economy and just fuel tank, having a bigger fuel tank than others, as we do see a potential 3 wide coming in to turn 8 there. 2 Ford Mustangs battling it out. It looks like Andre Batista is going to have to back off a little bit and maybe see if any blood is going to be spilled in the water, and so that they can take the opportunity to take a position. It does look like the Ford Mustang of Kyle White went a little bit too hard into the entry there, and that's going to allow Andre Batista to slip on in like a little cuttlefish there in between the Ford Mustangs and take heat 11. Arnaud in the number 13 Ford Mustang with a very good run along the back straight there, so he's going to be moving up into the top 10. It does look like we do have a new race leader as well. The battle between the number 913 Lexus and the 276 Ferrari does continue there in the lead, with the number 191 Ferrari also trying to stick its nose into the battle as it tries to make its way onto the track. That is the number 3 Mercedes AMG, causing a little bit of traffic mayhem for the leaders here. However, it does look like Damien is going to start potentially pulling away, but I don't think the Baller Squad Racing guys are going to be too happy about that, as they are a very competitive bunch. Coming into the sweeping turns of 5, 6, and now 7, which leads them onto the back straight again. Number 276 Baller Squad Racing Ferrari in P2. Another Ferrari in tow behind it. Do apologize, racing fans. We are trying to work through some technical difficulties here on the broadcasting side. But we are checking out the chat as well. Hello, everyone in the chat. If you are there, please let me know in the chat what's your favorite team. And if you don't have a favorite team, what is your favorite manufacturer or car? I'll start off. I am a huge fan of the Lamborghini. I'm a Lamborghini fanboy, as some people would say. And with only one Lamborghini on the track tonight, that does kind of make me a little sad. However, with the 23 car grid that we have for the 6 hours of Paul Ricard today, I don't think we're going to be left with nothing exciting to watch. Here in the broadcasting booth as well, we will be doing some quick intermissions here and there, so I will be leaving a note up on the screen letting you know when the broadcasters are on a quick intermission. However, for now, we're going to be trying to broadcast as much as possible, and if anything happens during the intermissions, we will bring that information to you as quick as possible. Already starting to see some tire marbles being left there at the end of the back straight coming into turn 8, and a move being made along the inside. Matty Garcia, what a move the number 455 did, trying to squeeze its way in there after the fast right-hander coming to the braking zone of turn 9. Able to make it stick. Matty Garcia now moves up into P5. Noah in the number 193 Ferrari giving a little bit of flashes, letting them know that they're not too happy about that move being made there coming into the braking zone. However, it looked to be a relatively clean move, as the door was left, in my opinion, may have been left a little bit too open. 55D in the chat. Can you show number 15? Yes, we can show number 15. Number 15. So, we may have a little issue because I do not see a number 15. Or do you mean P15? It might be P15. But speaking of P15, there is a fight down in P20. It is between Ben Zitz and Carl for Easy Racing. That is Ben in the number 711 Nissan and Carl in the number 22 Porsche. A little bit of a tough going on there in the last couple of turns. So a position change has happened. It's the number 711 now in the lead. We do have also a couple of other changes happening. Robert Logan in the number 106 Ford Mustang, and Ryan Bishop in the number 253 Aston Martin, now also getting into a tussle. Small separation happening between the cars now, but it did look like the number 334 is able to gain that P17 spot as it now tries to stretch its V8 legs here on the back straight and try to pull away from the Aston Martin. And it looks like it's doing a pretty good job. That is the wrong camera angle. As we do check up towards the top of the standings, it does look like Mavis, again, the wrong camera angle. I apologize. It is a cool one, though, getting a view of the race from the front splitter there at the bottom. But it is Mavis for Team Purple Deluxe in P3 right now, trying to navigate his way through the turns here as they go to the left-hander for the long straight. about a second behind the Baller Squad Racing Ferrari there. We can see it starting to get a little bit further away, as it does not look like Mavis is able to get into the slipstream here, as he is now up at the top end of the 6th gear for the Ferrari. Going under the Circuit Paul Ricard banner, going into the 50-yard sign, or 50-meter sign, going through the fast right-hander, as they try to keep up with the number 276. The number 13 Ford Mustang inching ever closer to the driver in P8. That is Giraput in the number 72 McLaren. Contact being made as the number 13 tried to go along the inside and tried to stick its nose in a door that was about to close and closing at the time of... I was going to say a word, but I'm going to refrain using that word. So the number 13 does cause some contact with the number 72 there. Gives it a little spin. However, no lasting damage done, as the number 13 is still on the track. Excuse me, the number 72 still able to get on the track, or stay on the track, and not lose major positions there. We're about 18 minutes into this 6-hour long endurance race here, presented by Odyssey Racing League. It is the first round of 5 total rounds. It is the 6 hours of Circuit du Paul Ricard today. Our next round, round 2, is going to be the Nordschleife 12 hours. That's going to be May 9th at 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Speaking of daylight time, Arnaud trying to see the light on the inside of this turn here, potentially, as the number 72 Ferrari, excuse me, the number 95 Ferrari is going to have to make a little bit of space there, but is it going to give him too much space? Along the inside, the braking goes for the number 95. However, it looks like they're going to be missing the apex of the next turn, as the number 13 tries to slip in again and try to stick its nose in there, trying to make the number 95 a little unruly, as it goes side by side now into turn 10. And it does look like the number 13 able to get ahead of the number 95. And that's going to be putting them in P7. But not too far off the number 72 on the right-hand side of our screen. Hopefully it's going to show the white and red McLaren there, trying to stay on the back bumper of the Ferrari and trying to stay in the fight as well. I did want to point out really quickly here, it is only 19 minutes in the race so far. Excuse me, we're 20 minutes in already, and we do have the number 13 Ford Mustang on our screen, already gaining 10 positions, starting off in P17 for the race when the green flag was flown. Excuse me, shown. Moving up from P17 now into P7, the number 13 Ford Mustang on our screen. So a pretty great start of the race for the number 13 Ford Mustang. It does look like now, after a couple of laps under everyone's belt, they're going to start settling in to their positions here. 10 laps in, and these Pirelli tires are definitely going to be warm now. So if we do see the delta timer between these cars start to get closer and closer, we may potentially see some risky moves being made, as drivers are going to feel like they're going to have enough grip and potentially enough torque to make these passes around the outside of some of these turns. Couple of biased watchers in the live chat. The number 72 full send McLaren applying pressure to the number 95 Ferrari there in the slipstream now on the back straight. Will the McLaren be able to speed up and get enough of that slipstream to get side by side before the turn-in point? It does not look like it, as the Ferrari is able to stay ahead. But coming in the braking zone, anything is potentially possible, as we do see it overspeed by the number 72 there. It looked like the number 95 slowed down a little too much there coming into the entry of turn 10. Excuse me, turn 9. But we are at a weird little camera angle, so it may have been just a little camera, like a little camera glitch. It looks like technical difficulties happening to the number 269. Well, there they are again. Oh, it's not a chat delay, my friend. It's just a big brain delay that I have. I didn't look at the chat until now. No, lawyer, I'm not grouping you up with the biased drivers. I'm calling the people that call themselves biased. I'm calling them biased. The big delay I'm having is unfortunately in the software. But somebody that is not delaying is the number 13 Ford Mustang on our screen. P6 right now, trying to fight their way into P5. Matty Garcia and the number 455 transmission BMW, having to give space to the Ford Mustang, who unfortunately just has way more power, able to put down way more power. Coming into the back straight now, the number 13 Ford Mustang moving up into P5. It's the number 455 BMW moving down into P6. Oh, hello, Robert. Good to see you. Is there another battle happening on our screen that's a little bit farther down? P15, the number 100 Lexus, less than half a second between the number behind the number 28 Lamborghini. The number 28 Lamborghini biting off more than it can chew, probably coming into turn 9 alongside the Lexus is trying to get now, coming into turns 10 and 11. Let's see if the Lexus can make anything happen here, as the Lamborghini looks like it's trying to struggle, or it's struggling trying to get to the apexes there. Let's see if we can get a little bit better camera angle there coming into the final corner. I do see there's a cone there in the middle of the road, so that's going to be a small little hazard for the drivers. But the Lamborghini does look like it's going to be staying ahead, with the number 100 Lexus in tow, and not too far behind it, the number 106 Ford Mustang as well. Back into P5 indeed, the number 13. Up 12 positions now. An incredible start to the race for the number 13. See if we can take you onto a small onboard action here behind the wheel of the number 100 Lexus. Hitting the rev limiter there, coming under the Circuit du Paul Ricard banner, going into the fast right-hander, putting some of those putting the left-hand tires off the track there, but that is part of the racing surface. As we can see him slightly struggle trying to get to the apex there. However, making it look a lot smoother than I can do it. Oh, a little bit of a checkup there for the number 100 Lexus, as it did see the Lamborghini in front struggle a little bit coming into the turn. Tried to get under it to see if he can make a little undercut there, or a little switcheroo. However, checking up there, losing too much speed as the number 100 tried to stop itself from crashing into the number 28 Lamborghini. Moving a little bit further down, the number 452 BMW now in a battle with the number 253 Aston Martin. The Aston Martin on the left-hand side of our screen in green. The BMW on the right-hand side in blue, with the car leaving the pit exit there right onto the racing line. So as I said earlier, it's going to be very interesting to see how traffic is going to be handled as they enter and leave the pit lane. It's a 15-second penalty for the number 253 as well. May have been caused by contact with that car leaving the pit lane, as it looks like the more FPS racing BMW is going to be moving up into P18 and P19 for the number 253. That was a very, very close shave, if I do say so myself, there on the pit exit. And the drivers are entitled to the pit exit, I believe. So it is the job of the car on track to make sure that they do not bump uglies, as some of the younger kids like to say. Yes, the number 100 completing the overtake. You are correct. Harry Bartlett in the number 100 Lexus, now into P15. Fighting it out with Robert Logan in the number 106. However, it does look like the number 28 is going to now look along the inside to see if they can make a move coming into turn 1. A standard turn 1 for both cars as they go side by side, and I don't know if there was contact, but that is going to be major damage for the number 28, as it looks like it may have gotten a little bit of snap oversteer on the exit there. It's going to be hitting the wall relatively hard, and it's going to be causing extensive damage to the front end of that Lamborghini there. That is not a good look and not a good feeling for the driver behind the wheel of the number 28. I don't know if there was contact there. Let's see if we can go further back and get a little bit of a replay to see if there is contact. However, there's still battles happening on our screen, so we're going to leave the replay for a little bit further back. The battle for P4 on our screen now. Cryonics Racing 7-1-7 McLaren losing the spot to the number 13 Ford Mustang as they start rampaging their way towards the top. The number 13 Ford Mustang now up 13 places. Up 13 places now, starting in P17, now in P4 for the number 13. So what a incredible start to the race for that Ford Mustang. Let's see if we can get a quick replay of the number 28 and what happened there coming into turn 1. With our camera angle, we weren't able to see much, but let's see if we can get something here. Here we are coming in to turn 1. for the number 28 as they come alongside. And it does look like, yep, just a little bit of acceleration oversteer or on power oversteer there, as the torque of the Lamborghini sometimes just a little bit too strong, as we do have what seems to be a glitch in the system. And we are back. So the Lamborghini, known for being a pretty pointy front end of the car and having some of that snap oversteer as you start applying the power there. So may have been applying an application of the power just a tiny bit too early coming out of the exit of turn 1 and into turn 2 there. So it was not a great feeling, especially that's happened to me as well before behind the wheel of the Lamborghini, and it is not a great feeling when everything feels great and as soon as you start applying pressure or applying acceleration, you just snap and you just go straight into the wall. Being potentially driven into the wall there is the Nissan, the number 711 Nissan, and the number 106 Ford Mustang. Robert Logan making a move along the outside, making it stick as well, and staying ahead of the number 711, which had a pretty good run there on the back straight. The Nissan GTR, the Godzilla, as I like to call it, putting on monstrous power there onto the back straight, but the Ford Mustang able to stay ahead. A yellow flag out on the track, and that is the number 3. As we're going to be coming up to the next couple of turns where there is a sector caution there, so there's a slight yellow flag. And it does look like the number 3 is facing the wrong way and is going to be waving the cars by as they go along. Hello, sun, indeed. Yeah, that was really bright screen. I do apologize for that. Lawyer in the chat. McLaren man himself, a McLaren man. We do have a couple of McLarens here on our screen. The number 717 McLaren in P5, a number 72 McLaren P8, and the number 456 McLaren in P13. So a couple of McLarens here on our screen, side-by-side action here at turn 6 and now turn 7. The 711 Nissan able to get ahead, but is the Ford Mustang able to get on the loud pedal a little bit better on the exit there? We're going to be seeing if the slipstream will also help out the Ford Mustang, as if I do remember, the Nissan has not so great of a slipstream behind it and kind of leaves dirty air a lot more than the rest of the other cars. But Robert Logan in the number 334 able to stick ahead, and more contact potentially happening coming into the braking zone. The 711 being pushed off, so they're going to be going off into the runoff there on the exit of turn 9, and that's going to be giving Robert Logan the go-ahead position in the number 106. It does not look like there's contact. No, it doesn't look like there was contact. Potentially just, or maybe there was contact. There is a small glitch in the highlights here on my screen, so I'm not able to bring that to you exactly. But the 711 is going to start losing some position to the number 106. Ford versus McLaren happening on our screens now as they come into the stadium complex turns of 3, 4, 5, and 6. Super chat in the number 269 McLaren for Full Send Racing on the back bumper of Suvakorn. Still a 15-second time penalty for the number 253 Aston Martin. It looks like they're going to be serving that during their pit stop when they go in to get fuel and potential new tires. Circuit Paul Ricard doesn't, from my memory, is not a very high tire usage track. Temperatures may have to, or may potentially change up each team's strategy. However, it is only 29 degrees Celsius on the track, 23 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, and it's only 3 p.m. or it's about to be 4 p.m. in sim time, 3:44 to be exact. So it's not too hot, so I don't expect the tires to start just falling off towards the end of the stint. However, drivers are going to start potentially feeling the loss of grip towards the end of their once we start getting close to that hour mark. Drivers are going to probably start complaining about the grip. However, I think this is a track where you can double stint tires, so it is going to be up to the drivers and their teams to decide on what strategy they are going for. Speaking of strategy, the number 334 Ford Mustang now in a three-way battle. It's the number 100 Lexus, the number 106 Ford Mustang, and the number 711 Nissan, as they try to figure out who's going to go in front and who's going to be in the back of this small little train coming into the back straight here. As we see an inside move being made by the Nissan GTR, the number 100 Lexus tries to take the inside line. However, the Nissan is going to try to go along the outside. Robert Logan also in the back, waiting for this battle to develop in front of them to see if they can stick their foot in there as well. It does look like the 100 Lexus is going to stay out in front, and the Mustang and the Nissan are going to be trailing a little bit farther behind, as both of them are unable to or slide a little bit farther away from the apex than they probably would like. A great battle on our screen here, a three-way battle for P14. Looking at the top of our screens, however, it is still the number 913 Odyssey Racing League Lexus in the lead. Damien behind the wheel of that car. In P2, it is Emre Sunmez for Baller Squad Racing. In P2, that's the number 276 Ferrari. And at P3, the last part of the podium, it goes to Mavis and the number 191 Ferrari. Side by side, coming into turn 2, the number 711 able to get out ahead. Godzilla trying to stomp its way through its rivals here. The number 711 now into P14. That's going to be moving the Lexus of Harry Bartlett down into P15. Hey man, I've tried my best here. His name changes every other day. I can't pronounce it. You already know how bad I am at this. Street racing is really cool. I'm just more of a fan of circuit racing, especially multi-class racing. Answering lawyer in the chat. Once you start getting multi-class racing, so here in circuit racing in different classes of cars, so some cars will be a lot faster, some cars will be a lot slower, and the traffic and chaos that causes is arguably one of my favorite things about circuit racing. Oh, Baller Squad Racing. Just because you said that, I'm gonna make sure to get the names wrong again. I promise. I don't think that was me, was it? I don't remember pronouncing it that way, but if I did, I do apologize. I mean, if we want to talk about cereals in the chat, I am a Captain Crunch kind of guy. Sounds more like laundry detergent. Well, don't worry. Don't you worry. I'm going to be mispronouncing names all day. And I do apologize about that, but that is just unfortunately my nature. I mispronounce things all the time. Try my best, but sometimes, you know, sometimes best isn't good enough. A battle happening towards the end of the long back straight. Andre Batista trying to move past Swakorn, excuse me, in the number 19 Ford Mustang for full send. Andre Batista in the black and orange Porsche there. The Ford Mustang just looks like it's able to just put down the power and just able to just get ahead of everybody there on the back straight. So I'm going to say the Ford Mustang's strongest part is that back straight. But once you start getting into these corners and a lot of these hard braking zones, the Porsche does start to outshine the Ford Mustang as it tries to whip around that heavy front end to stay ahead. The number 19 Ford Mustang still in P9. Andre Batista right on the back bumper, P10. Right you are. Baller Squad Racing in the chat. The number 13 Ford Mustang now just rampaging its way up to the top of the standings. Up 14 spots now. The number 13 is now P3, sitting very pretty right there on the podium. However, I don't think that's going to be where they want to stop. They're going to be going for the win. But we still have 4 hours and 15 minutes left to go. Excuse me, 5 hours and 15 minutes left to go. Looks like a contact flag between the number 455 transmission BMW and the number 193 TPDX Ferrari. Andrea Battista still trying to make something happen here on the back bumper of this number 19 Ford Mustang. Moving quickly over, just a couple of spots ahead, seeing if the Team Purple Deluxe Ferrari can make something happen here, coming in to the right and the left-hander right before the long back straight. We got there a little bit too late. However, the move being made along the inside of turn 8, that fast right-hander right after that long back straight. It is the number 269 Full Send Racing Endurance McLaren moving up into P11, taking that position away from Kyle White there in the black and white Ford Mustang. Really quickly moving back as well. Side by side they are now going into turn 1. Andrea Battista a little bit farther behind than he would probably like, as the Ford Mustang is going to be taking that racing line away from the number 992. It's going to be the number 19 still in P9. Andrea Battista trying to break down the barrier of the top 10. Try to get in there. But he is coming up a little short, or a little bit shorter than he would like. A couple of contact flags happening here on my screen. The number 106 and the number 100, as well as the number 22 and the number 95. We are getting closer to that pit window opening up for the cars. So they, in about closer to 10 minutes, depending on how much fuel some of these drivers have been saving, we're going to start seeing them dive into the pit lane to get more fuel, or to refuel up, and potentially fresh new tires, as they will be joining me here in the pit lane, and arguably the shortest pit lane to exist, arguably one of the worst. If you were to ask me, I would declare this as arguably the worst pit lane, pit entrance and pit exit here at Circuit Paul Ricard. However, we got what we got. And it does make for pretty exciting racing, as the entrance is right there. Maybe we can see it here if we go on board here with the number 992. Coming into the final turn, turn 13, we can look to the right side of our screen, and we can barely see a small little entrance right there. That is the pit entrance here at Paul Ricard. And if we keep an eye here on the right side, this is the pit exit right here, right on the racing line. We can see the drivers have to take all of the, or try to use as much track as possible. They're coming into turn 1, so it's going to be a deadly exit, a dangerous exit. It's going to arguably the worst exit there. We are keeping an eye on multiple battles happening right now as the timer winds down, being pushed along the wall. Noah in the number 193 Ferrari getting pinched by the number 455 transmission BMW side by side as they come into the turn. Contact has been made between both cars. However, it looks relatively clean between them. Number 193 tries to go under, causing a little bit of contact there, their front end with the back end of the transmission BMW, but it looks like it's going to be side by side now as they still continue on through turns 10, 11, and 12. It is a penalty for the number 455 for contact there. It's going to be 15-second time penalty as the Team Purple Deluxe Ferrari still applying pressure, trying to get past Matty Garcia in the number 455 BMW. What close racing this has been for the last couple of turns for both of these cars. Andrea Battista able to get a much cleaner exit out of turn 13 and able to apply the power down a lot quicker than the Ford Mustang there. That's the number 19 Ford Mustang. So they're going to be moving down in P10. Andrea Battista able to take the go-ahead position, now moving his 992 Porsche up into P9. Oh, wrong camera angle. On the back wing of the number 455 BMW, the slipstream. Oh, the Ferrari getting a great slipstream, potentially getting a great run as they now go side by side here under the Circuit Paul Ricard banner and into the right-hander. The BMW trying to use up as much track position as possible. Attempt being made along the inside. No, the Ferrari does not make any moves along the inside there. Positions swapped again for the number 992 Porsche moving back into P10. The number 19 Ford Mustang moving back up into P9. As I believe this is going to be a battle of back and forth between the Porsche and the Ford Mustang on our screen here. Both drivers giving it all they got to hold on to their position. And what an incredible start to the 6 hours of Paul Ricard here, presented by Odyssey Racing League. The first round of 5 in the Endurance Cup. Our next round, round 2, will be May 9th at the Nordschleife. It's going to be 12 hours of Nordschleife. We're going to be making that a multi-class battle. So on the track, we're going to have GT3s, GT4s, and potentially some M2s. And if you're interested in signing up for that race, you can check out the link in the chat. Is simgrid.com. And you can sign up your team for the race there. We'd love to see you out on track. Or if you're more of a watcher and like to watch from the safetiness and comfort of your own couch and or pillow fort, you can watch us here on YouTube live. We're going to be streaming that as well. A little bit of a bobble there on the front end for the 19 Ford Mustang. Very interesting weight transfer there. However, able to stay out ahead, the number 19. Just trying to keep Andrea Battista behind it. A great exit by the looks of it for the 992. Are they going to be able to get side by side? Coming into turn 1, potentially, let's see if we can get A nice little helicam action there. Front tires not able to make it. He's going to allow the Ford Mustang to get back on the racing line there as they now come into turn one. We can see the track getting nicely rubbered in. So I don't expect any more crazy power oversteers. Oh, I hopefully don't see any extra crazy power oversteers. As we can see, the racing line starting to develop for these drivers. We do have the number 106 in the pit lane now. Looks to be the first car in the pit lane getting fuel and potential new Pirelli rubber on that Ford Mustang. I'm gonna keep an eye on the track or the pit timer, seeing how long they are in the pit lane. Your race leader, the number 913 Lexus, crossing the start finish line for the 30th time already. It's 30 laps under their belt. Damien in P1 for Odyssey Racing League Esports. P2, it is Emery for Baller Squad Racing in the 276 Ferrari. P3, the third part of the podium, it is the number 13 Ford Mustang driven by Arnaud. An incredible start to the race as well. Arnaud starting P17, now into P3, and still have 5 hours to go, so nowhere to go but up for the number 13 Ford Mustang. P4, it is Mavis. I believe it's pronounced Mavis. Mavis, please let me know in the chat if I'm mispronouncing your name wrong. You can yell at me. You can 100% yell at me later. But Team Purple Deluxe, it's the number 191 Ferrari for Team Purple Deluxe in P4. P5, it is Linus for Cryonics Racing. P6, Matty Garcia for Transmission Racing. A little bit of a scrap here potentially happening on our screen. P7 does go to Noah for Team Purple Deluxe, the sister team. It's the number 193 Ferrari, to be exact. Right behind them in the slipstream, it is Giraput in the full send McLaren. It's number 72 McLaren P8. Keeping an eye, side-by-side battle happening into the fast right-hander. Matty Garcia trying to use as much track as possible. However, the Ferrari is not allowing them, and potentially going for the undercut there, trying to almost going off track, and potential contact happening between the number 193 and the 455. However, able to keep their noses clean. The 193 does have to back out to refrain from causing an incident there. In P9, it's Swakorn for Full Send Racing as well. That's number 19 Ford Mustang. Matty Garcia in the number 455 and the number 72 joining us in the pit lane, starting the pit lane fiesta here, as both of them are going to start going into their respective pits or pit boxes so they can get fresh fuel. As we start seeing some of the drivers as well joining us in the pit lane as well. Welcome to the pit lane party, my friends. We have enough fuel and tires to go around. We don't have enough snacks. I unfortunately ate them all. It gets a little hungry here up in the observation booth. But that is going to be changing the standings slightly. It's going to be moving Andre Batista up into P7. Kyle White for Stint happens in P8. Emma Castellan for Transmission, the sister team. P9 for the number 456 McLaren. And P10 is going to go to the 711 Nissan, Ben behind the wheel of the Cryonics Flyby Bandits Nissan GTR, to be exact. That rounds off your top 10. It is going to start changing a little bit as cars dive in and dive out of the pit lane. So we're going to be keeping an eye to see if any major changes do happen. Pillow Fort is a legit strat in Magic the Gathering. Is it like just turtle? You just turtle, you just defend yourself. You don't really progress the game. You just, just hang out in your little pillow fort. Is that, I'm assuming that's how it works. Both the number 191 and the number 13 as well joining us in the pit lane. So they're going to be losing a couple of spots. All the drivers now back out on the track. The max time that I can see in a pit lane is 36 seconds. So I believe it is... I believe that is enough time for fuel and tires. Please let me know in the chat if I am incorrect. But from my understanding... as it does look like it's a fixed fuel time. So it should be enough for fuel and tires for the teams. You're gonna start seeing some blue flag traffic for our race leader and the rest of the circuit. Our race leader, Damien, entering the pit lane now. Potentially may have sped a little bit over the line, as the pit limiter line is right there. Like I said, it is arguably one of the worst pit lanes that I have ever driven or had on circuit at one time. So that does move the Baller Squad Racing Ferrari, Emre behind the wheel, into the lead now. As the cars start shuffling there on the timing tree. The number 913 joining, or getting back out on track now, joining the rest of the cars on the grid. 22 car grid. So we have 22 cars racing here for the 6 hours of Paul Ricard presented by Odyssey Racing League. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koju here. And we are going to be taking a quick intermission, a quick broadcaster intermission, and we're going to bring you nothing but the sights and sounds of the cars here on track for a little while, as we do work on some back-end stuff. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. If you have any questions in the chat, please don't be afraid to type them out, and we will help you as quickly as possible. Our race leader, our new race leader, the number 276 Baller Squad Racing, joining the pit lane. Potentially doing a driver swap, but they will be getting fuel and most probably fresh new Pirelli rubber as we see them get into their pit box, being jacked up, and the pit stop commences. That's going to be moving the number 717 McLaren for Cryonics Racing into the lead now as we go to a quick, short intermission. Don't go anywhere. Broadcasters will be right back. Hello, racing fans. You are watching the 6 hours of Paul Ricard presented by Odyssey Racing League, part of Odyssey Racing League's Endurance Cup. This is round 1 of 5. 3 hours and 40 minutes left in the race. We are going to go to a quick intermission and a brief pause to the stream as we try to fix some errors on the back end here. Behind the curtains, we may or may not have a small little fire. And please bear with us as we try to put out the fire really quick. A couple of penalties being handed out already as we are about halfway through the race, and it is interesting to see the amount of drive-throughs that we have already. A couple of stop-go 30s, a 15-second time penalty to the number 13 Ford Mustang, who again is on a rip and tear, going climbing up the ladder as they are now in P2 overall. I think that's like 22 spots gained already for the number 13. They started 17. 22, what am I talking about? I'm having a little issue here, so we will be right back. As this is a fight for the lead, I believe it is the number 717. Actually, we can't leave. We're going to stay right here. It is a battle for the lead. Yes, we did see that on our screen. The number 13 Ford Mustang is now in the lead. The 717 moving down into P2. Damien in the Odyssey Racing League Lexus, the number 913 Lexus to be exact, in P3 overall. I do not want to cut away from this part of the track racing fans because there could be another potentially another fight for the lead, as the number 717 is falling a little bit farther behind than our new race leader. However, the race leader is starting to get up to blue flag traffic here at Odyssey Racing League. We do have blue flag rules. Every racing league is a little different, right? But our rule here is a blue flag is very similar to F1. You do have up to 2 sectors to give up the position to the blue flag car behind you. If you are the blue flag car, all we ask is that you stay predictable, stay on the racing line, and help facilitate an overtake if possible. A little squirrely exit there for the number 717. We're going to go to that brief intermission. Do not go anywhere, racing fans. The race will continue. However, the screen will change shortly. We'll be right back with these 6 hours of Paul Ricard, presented by Odyssey Racing League for ORL's Endurance Cup. I use Odyssey Racing League and ORL interchangeably, so one does mean the other. We'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. We are back, racing fans. Apologize for that quick intermission and the delay on that intermission. We're now back on the grid right now, on board with the number 711. It's the Nissan GTR, the Cryonics Nissan GTR. Ben behind the wheel, 3 hours and around 31.5 minutes to go in these 6 hours of Paul Ricard. This is round 1 of the Odyssey Racing League Endurance Cup. 5 rounds total. An interesting development has happened as well. The number 13 Ford Mustang now in the lead. Has paved a way starting from, I believe, P17, now in the lead, slowly but steadily climbing the ladder, leaving a bunch of cars behind. That is an incredible drive from the number 13 so far. However, but still halfway through this 6-hour race, anything can happen, as we do see the number, I believe that's the 29 Ferrari leaving the pit lane. It is a solo driver behind the wheel of the number 13 as well. So doesn't really have to worry about driver swaps while in the pit lane. Another solo driver as well in P2. It's Damien behind the wheel of the Odyssey Racing League Esports. Lexus. Number 29 giving way to the blue flags. As you see it, they're being waved by the field marshal. P3, it is Emery behind the wheel of the number 276 Baller Squad Racing Ferrari. I believe he is also a solo driver. He is also a solo driver. We have a decent amount of solo drivers today for the 6-hour, the starting round. Yeah, the next couple of drivers are solo drivers. Moving down the ladder, E4 for the Team Purple Deluxe, number 191 Ferrari. These cars are not too far away from each other either, so we could see potential battles happening soon, as fatigue will most probably be setting in already halfway through the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. It is very taxing on the mind and on the body having to solo race a 6-hour race. But it is very, very fun, if I do say so myself. P5 is the Cryonics 717 McLaren. P6 is the Team Purple Deluxe 193 Ferrari. Noah behind the wheel. And a potential not too far away from each other, but a fight that is going to be happening right now for position is the number 72 Full Send McLaren and the number 992 Porsche are right now battling for position. On the final turn, will the Porsche be able to put the power down quick enough to get side by side coming into turn 1? Do you see blue flag being waved, but that is for a little bit farther back there, as the number 992 is gonna have to give the position back to the number 72. Such a technical part of the track right here, the turns 5, 6, and 7 to be exact. As we now take the left-hander to get on the back straight. Not able to get enough of the slipstream. The number 992 is falling a little bit further behind. Still half a second only between both of these cars battling for P7. Taking a very wide line on the outside. Both cars now slot back in for turns 10 and 11. Get an inside view of the fight for P7. Very close onto the back bumper. The 992 Porsche goes, trying to see if he can get a little slingshot to get him that extra draft that he needs to get side by side with the number 72 before the end of the back straight here. It looks like the McLaren has just a little bit more power. Was able to stay ahead. Was a great exit for the number 992, but just wasn't enough. Potential move. Looking along the inside, the move has been now. Oh, the door being shut. Number 992 not able to get side by side quick enough. Still applying pressure. Number 72 doing a great job, a defensive job as well. So you can get an aerial shot. We do have some blue flagged traffic coming up and on arguably the next couple of turns. So we're going to see if that will play a role on the battle for P7 here. Number 72 full send McLaren doing very well right now under pressure. We have a stop go 30 for the number 77 Ford Mustang for speeding in the pit lane. Oh, that's such a Paul Ricard thing. As the pit lane entrance we actually just passed, such a short pit lane entrance, arguably the worst. I would argue probably the worst. The number 992 Porsche falling a little bit further behind. Now that traffic is starting to come into play, it looks like he's not able to fully put 100% of his attention to the car in front, as he's going to have to eventually give way to the blue flag driver behind him. So it looks like the number 72, who's done a great defensive job so far. Sometimes the best defense is just staying on the racing line and trying to set a pace. And keeping at that pace. Number 72 doing a great job of that. Here comes the traffic. The number 982 giving the position to the number 913 Lexus. Oh, squirrely exit as well. As the battle for P7 has died down, as a 2-second gap now being created between P7 and P8 due to traffic. It does look like it's going to be P7 for the number 72 McLaren. The full send McLaren, excuse me. Number 987 Racing Porsche in P8. P9 is the Cryonics Flyby Bandits GTR. And P10, your overall top 10. It's number 455 BMW. It's the transmission. BMW. Manny Garcia behind the wheel. Your race leader, the number 13 Ford Mustang, has a 15-second time penalty. As we saw the number 13 throughout all first half of the 6 hours of Paul Ricard able to stomp their way to the top. To be making mistakes now is curious to see. And exciting to watch, in a sense that could potentially be a new change for the lead, as the number 913 Lexus is less than 15 seconds behind. So when the number 13 Mustang goes into the pit lane to get more fuel, they're going to be held for an extra 15 seconds, which will potentially widen the gap between the new race leader and the number 13. And by widen the gap, I mean widen it way more than what you would like. because once traffic is included, the time difference might be too big to where you're not able to recover. However, it is a endurance race, and anything can happen within that whole race. Anything could change. You can have a leader go from the lead all the way to last place. You can have someone have a pit lane error, take longer in the pit lane. Or even mess up their pit strategy. They might end up losing more spots than they would like. So anything can happen in this race. We are back, racing fans, with the 6 hours of Paul Ricard, part of the Odyssey Racing League Endurance Cup, brought to you by Odyssey Racing League. Less than 3 hours to go. We are on board with the number 193 Team Purple Deluxe Ferraris. As we actually see 2 Ferraris for Team Purple Deluxe here on our screen, actually battling for track position. Timo behind the wheel of the number 191 and Noah behind the wheel of the number 193. It's going to be interesting to see the fight between the 2 sister teams. We have a new race leader as well. After a monster recovery drive by the number 13 Ford Mustang, who started the race in a pole position. Little correction from a statement I made earlier. They didn't start 17th. They gained 17 positions at the time that we were looking at that part of the data, because they did start in pole position until basically turn 1 of lap 0, as there was contact made between them and the number 913 Lexus, which spun them off the track into basically dead last, but the number 13 able to power stomp their way all the way back up into P1 in the pit lane now, also taking their 15-second time penalty away now, as they were able to get that cleared. Puts them now into P3. Do have a new race leader alert. Number 276 Ferrari for Baller Squad Racing is now in the lead, just about to hit the 100 lap mark, so they have 99 laps under their belts. And with about a 50-second lead as well, so that is going to put them in very good track position for the rest of this endurance race. The number 913 Lexus for Odyssey Racing League is in P2. And again, to round off your podium, it would be the number 13 Ford Mustang, who after having to take the 15-second time penalty in the pit lane as they were refueling and potentially changing out their tires for a full pit stop, has moved down into P3. I did also forget to mention that the number 913 Lexus is the holder of the Purple Crown. The Purple Crown being given to the car that has the fastest time on the track. Fastest lap is a 1:53.480. going to the Lexus that we are on board with now on our screen. Trying to get along the inside of the number 100, coming into the final couple of turns here as they try to get closer and closer to the race leader. Still around 48-second gap between them and P1. So this may be a battle of the pit lanes. The battle for P9 is potentially starting to form as the number 72 McLaren is inching closer and closer to the number 455 BMW in P9, passing the start-finish line. And coming into turn 1, it looks like the number 72 is about a second and a half behind the 455. It's not too far away, as that can be made up in a couple of corners. Both cars with 2 pit stops under their belts, so potentially is towards the end of their stint here, but for both cars, so we may see them battle it out even going into the pit lane. But it looks like it's going to be the 455 going to stay in P9 for now, as the 72 is trying to stretch its legs, trying to catch up here on the back straight. Traffic forming on the racing line as, oh, it looks like the Ford Mustang just took up a little bit more space than they were supposed to there coming into turn 1. So that is going to be putting some more space now between the number 455 and the number 72. That was a very interesting line. However, they are entitled to it because it is, oh, it's such a weird pit entry and pit exit. You're going to hear me you're not complain, but you're going to hear me talk about it all race. I am not a fan of that pit lane, and that's one of the reasons why. The number 77 Whisper Ford Mustang. On the back bumper of the number 106 Stint Happens Mustang. Right there, battling it out through turns 5, 6, and 7. Now, onto the back straight they go. It's going to be Ford on Ford violence potentially happening here at the end of the back straight, as both cars have great top end speed. And the number 77 could be getting a really good draft here now coming into the turn. Will a move be made here on turn 8, or potentially a dive in turn 9? Let's keep an eye on it. Looks like the number 77 staying honest and staying on the racing line, giving each other enough space here. Less than half a second between the Mustangs. Oh, it looks like, yes, the number 77 going into the pit lane. So the number 106 lives to fight another day. Couple of penalties happening all at once there. Drive through for the number 275 for track limits, and I believe there is a stop and go 30 for the 276 and P3 for speeding in the pit lane. Oh, another one of those penalties where it's all the fault of the pit lane. Oh my goodness. as exit was forming on the pit lane exit there. The number 100 gets caught up trying to make space and ends up getting spun around and hits the wall there on the front stretch right after the start-finish line. I don't think the number 100 is going to be too happy about that happening. Looking at a quick replay of that, that looks like a racing incident. The number 100 just tries to give space and ends up taking too much space, but it's... Oh no. The number 276 is out of the pit lane after serving their penalty. Now in P5. Losing a couple spots now. The number 13 Ford Mustang moving up into P2. New race leader alert as well. The number 913 Lexus now in the lead. And in P3, it's the number 717 McLaren for Cryonics Racing. So a small little shakeup in the standings. You know, nothing too big. Still 2 hours and 30 minutes and around 30 minutes left to go in these 6 hours of Paul Ricard. So as I said before, anything can happen within those 2 hours. Like, the race is not over. Anything can happen. know it says 334 on the side of this for Ford Mustang, but it is actually the number 275. Able to use traffic to their advantage now, trying to fight for P14 against the number 100 Lexus there. Less than a second between them now as they now go onto the back straight. And with some of the front end damage that that Lexus has, will potentially slow the car down, or basically kill off the top end speed. And the Ford Mustang might be able to use the slipstream to their advantage. Looks like the sister team, or the sister car of Stint happens, making way for traffic. As both of these Ferraris, both of these Fords go wide. I don't believe that is a battle for position. The number 77 is in P19. So this is just ordinary endurance traffic. We're going to have a quick broadcast intermission. You are watching the 6 hours of Paul Ricard presented by Odyssey Racing League, part of the Odyssey Racing League Endurance Cup, or ORL for short, so the ORL Endurance Cup. This is round 1 of 5. The next round is going to be the 12 Hours of Nordschleife, May 9th at 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And I hope to see you there. I'm gonna have a quick broadcast intermission. Don't go anywhere. Less than 50 minutes remaining in the 6 hours of Paul Ricard, presented by Odyssey Racing League. My name is Christian Julian. I also go by Koju, and we are going to take a look at the quick top 10 with 50 minutes left to go. In P1, the number 13 Ford Mustang, a amazing recovering drive for the number 13, was qualified first, got into an incident, turned one on the first lap, got knocked down all the way to 22nd, I believe, and has been on a non-stop rampage to the back up to the top to try to take home the win. P2 is the Odyssey Racing League Lexus. P3, the Baller Squad Racing Ferrari, number 276. P4 is the Cryonics 717 McLaren. P5, Team Purple Deluxe. It's a 191 Ferrari. We have the Cryonics Nissan. This is the 711 Nissan. In P7, the number 193 Team Purple Deluxe GT3. This is the 193 Ferrari. P8 is the number 992 Porsche. P9 is the transmission BMW. And P10 is the number 72 McLaren or Full Send. It's been a pretty incredible race, if I do say so myself. Number 72 going into the pit lane for hopefully the final time, as they still need to complete their pit stops. Yep. You have your race leader, the number 13 Ford, and the number 913 Lexus, both in the pit lane as well. Starting to get a little bright here as the sun is starting to set. 8:21 p.m. in sim time. 18 degrees Celsius track temp. 18 degrees Celsius ambient temperature. It's a great time to be out on the track racing with this temp. The number 13 Ford Mustang was able to get out of the pits ahead of the number 913. It does look like the 913 has lost a couple spots as they had to exit the pit lane and get back out on track in the middle of traffic. So now they are down to P4. The Baller Squad Racing at number 276 Ferrari is down to P2. And that's going to be giving the 717 McLaren the third spot on the podium there. Brozo Racing retires after multiple connection issues. I do apologize. I'm sorry about that. But thank you very much for joining us, Brozo Racing. Hope to see you in the next round of the Endurance Cup. This is round 1 of 5. Round 2 is going to be on the 9th of May. The Nordschleife for 12 hours. It's going to be multi-class battle between GT3s, GT4s, and M2s. All out on the Nordschleife at the same time. That's going to be so much fun. I hope to see you all here. With the official clock, oh, the number 913 unfortunately hits those sausage curbs a little bit too roughly. I'm gonna call that commentator's curse as soon as I start talking. But a good recovery by the 913 Lexus. P4 right now, they're about 3.5, almost 4 seconds behind P3. And with the official clock winding down and getting closer to the quadruple zeros, there is still enough time out on track to make something happen. A little bit of traffic for the race leader I can see on our track map to the right side of the broadcast. It may be slowing down the number 13 just enough for the Baller Squad Racing Ferrari to catch up and potentially take the lead. looks like the number 193 Team Purple Deluxe Ferrari is in the pit lane for the final time. So they're going to be losing a couple of spots, while the number 191 Team Purple Deluxe Ferrari is still able to hold on until they... Oh, actually, they've already gone into the pit lane, so I do apologize. Now both Team Purple Deluxe cars have completed their pit stops. Still a couple of cars left out on track that need to complete their final one. Was an accident for the number 13. The number 13 is your race leader with a little bit of damage. Let's see if we can figure out what happened there to the number 13. Is it just the leader coming up on some traffic? It is just a little bit of... Ooh. Oh, just a little bit of traffic. Unfortunately, the door being closed a little bit too quickly there. So, spinny-a-roo goes the Aston Martin. That was the number 253 Aston Martin. The number 19 full send Ford Mustang. Carrying a lot of battle scars right now. Heavily damaged on the front end. Did we miss that as well? I think we did. That just happened right now. Into the pit lane they go to see if they can repair some of the damage and get back out on track before the timer ends. Moving on up to the battle for P3. Damien in the number 913 Lexus for Odyssey Racing League. Right on the back bumper. Go Gadget Extendo Arm. He tries to make a move along the inside, as he was able to use enough of the slipstream to get ahead of the number 717. And so now we have a new car back on the podium again, the number 913. It's going to be a very close battle, and there's 33 minutes left to go in these 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Let's see if Damien can hold off the 717 for 33 more minutes. Some more money moves being made down, a little bit further down in the standings. Matty Garcia behind the wheel of the Transmission 455 BMW in P8, but about a second and a half behind the number 711 Nissan and gaining time. So that could be a battle for P7. But it does look like the 455 still needs to go into the pit lane to complete the final pit stop. So that may be a battle we're going to be hoping will happen. It may never happen. There is a new purple crown holder as well. The number 13, your race leader, now also holds on to the purple crown. Fastest time on the track belongs to them, a 153.037, which is incredibly quick. The closest time to them would be a 153.730, so 7/10 quicker than the second fastest car. Oh, camera person was going the wrong way. Number 253 Aston Martin, driven by Richard Hartnett in the pit lane, checking off the final pit stop from their list. It's going to reduce the number down to 5 cars left that still need to complete their final pit stop. And with less than 30 minutes left in these 6 hours of Paul Ricard, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to slip in and slip out of the pit lane without causing too much of a fuss on entering and exiting due to traffic. It's also going to be tough on your position too, because if you're holding a good position and you got to go into the pit lane so late in the race, you could potentially be giving up free track position to the car behind you and allow them to catch up. Potentially go and make the move. And make the passing move, excuse me, before the race ends. a 15-second time penalty given to the race leader, the number 13 Ford Mustang. I don't know if that 15-second time penalty is going to be enough to allow Damien behind the wheel of the number 913 Lexus to pass number 13, as the gap between them is about 40 seconds. The gap between P2 and P3 only 7 seconds. So there's a possibility of a change there with less than 23 minutes left to go in the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Matty Garcia in behind the wheel of the number 455 transmission BMW, now leaving the pit lane, getting their final pit stop completed. Only 2 cars remain that need to go in and I believe at least grab a little bit of fuel. It's the number 992 in P6 and the number 717 in P3. Drive through to the number 253. I believe that was due to track limits. So they're going to have to serve that drive-through within the next 3 laps. 2 cars still left with 1 pit stop required. P1 in the number 13 Ford Mustang still has that 15-second time penalty. The gap between P1 and P2 is starting to get a little bit smaller, but not small enough. It is 41 seconds between P1 and P2, so that 15-second time penalty will not give the number 913 the go-ahead win. It still does look like if nothing were to change, if the race were to end right now, it would be the number 13 going home with the win. Oh, well, that's a backwards Aston Martin and should not be parked there. Hopefully they are able to safely rejoin the race. As I do see them, yeah, that was them entering the pit lane. Was there contact in that incident? Let's go back a little bit. Let's go a little bit back and see if there was any contact that led up to that. Doesn't look like there's contact. So they were just backwards, maybe just lost it on the entry of the final turn, as we do see them go straight into the pit lane. So yeah, it could potentially also be a hardware issue if they just spun on their own like that. But they did get the drive-through out of the way. 15 minutes left on the clock for the first round of the Odyssey Racing League Endurance Cup. This is the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. 5 hours and 45 minutes have already passed. And there is still just enough time on the clock for anything to happen out on the track. Fastest time on the track is still being held onto by the number 13 Ford Mustang, who also just happens to be in pole position. 1:53.637 is the fastest time on track. Three wide coming into turn one. A little bit of traffic there on the exit of the final turn. However, now all cars are trying to fan out and gain as much track position as possible. It does look like there are no battles for position as of now, as some contact is being made there on the exit of turn one. However, a battle is now actually happening. The number 711 able to catch up to the number 992 alongside they go, able to make the pass happen before the end of the straight here. Now the 711 is going to have to defend against Andre behind the wheel of the number 992. Andre still having to go into the pit lane to complete his final pit stop. Only less than 11 minutes left out on the race. The go-ahead position given back to the number 992, so they go back into P6, P7 for the number 711. As they are starting to encounter some blue flagged traffic now on our screen, we do see the Baller Squad Racing Ferrari in P4 trying to make their way past this traffic that's happening along the inside. The number 276 goes to try to get past this battle. However, is going to end up being stuck in the middle for a little while longer. Still two cars needing to complete their final pit stop. About 10 minutes left in the race. It's going to be a very, very tight window if they try to go in into splash and dash. The 717 McLaren dove into the pit lane with less than 10 minutes left to go in the race to try to get it in that quick splash and dash. However, that does give the go-ahead position to the number 276. So the Baller Squad Racing Boys moving on to the third step of the podium and trying to create a gap between them and P4 so that they can hold on to that last step of the podium for the last 8 minutes. Right now, still on our screen, the number 992 Porsche inching ever so closer to the 711. However, the Nissan GTR just able to use all of its power here on the straight and able to get a really good gap of 1.5 seconds now. It fluctuates between 1.5 to 2 seconds. A drive-through for the number 22. A drive-through for the number 456, and another 15, or still this 15-second time penalty to the race leader in the number 13 Ford Mustang. Less than 40 seconds left on the clock. It looks like the number 13 is going to be able to cross the finish line before the timer reaches 0. So this is going to be the white flag, the final lap here at the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Yes, we did get... That is our confirmation. The leader is on the final lap. What an incredible race this has been. An incredible race for the number 13 as well. Qualified pole position right there at the top at the start of the race. Lap 0, basically, turn 1. Contact made between the number 13 and the number 913. Sends the number 13 off the racing surface and into a spin, which basically pushes them into last place. However, putting their head down and setting their sights forward and powering through, basically clawing, ripping, stomping, however you like to say it, stomping their way through the rest of the grid. They went from last all the way to start fighting for the podium spot. Right now they are on the podium spot as they are going through the back straight for the final time. Going through the last couple of turns here, turns 10 and 11, as the driver behind the wheel of the number 13 is probably starting to feel the relief as they get through the final turns. And crossing the finish line with the checkered flag and taking the win is the number 13 Ford Mustang. Arnaud behind the wheel. Congratulations to the number 13, your winner for the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Round 1 of the Odyssey Racing League Endurance Cup. A little bit of backwards action for you there. Trying to make some donuts there in victory. The number 913 Lexus for Odyssey Racing League. Damien behind the wheel of this car, about to also cross the finish line as he goes through the final turn here. The number 913 crossing the finish line and the checkered flag in P2. Congratulations to Damien behind the wheel of that one. The number 276, the Baller Squad Racing Ferrari. F-it behind the wheel. Couple of turns to go for the Baller Squad Racing team. However, a podium spot secured. It will be official once they cross the checkered flag. And there it is. That is P3 for the number 276 Baller Squad Racing Ferrari. P4 is the Team Purple Deluxe number 191 Ferrari, having crossed the finish line already. P5 goes to the number 717 McLaren, the Cryonics McLaren. P6 is the Cryonics Nissan, the number 711. P7, Andre Batista in the number 992 Porsche for 987 Racing. P8, the Transmission BMW. Matty Garcia behind the wheel of the 455 and piloting it all the way to P8. P9 is the second Team Purple Deluxe car, the number 193 Ferrari in P9. And P10 to round off your top 10. It is the number 72 McLaren. So congratulations to your top 10, and congratulations to everyone that was here for the race. Thank you so much for joining us here at Odyssey Racing League for round 1 of the Odyssey Racing League Endurance Cup. Round 2 will be the 9th of May It's going to be 12 hours of Nordschleife. I hope to see you there. We'll be here. Same time, same place. And we'll be streaming it live here on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. That's it from us here in the broadcasting booth. Have a great rest of your day or night. Wherever you are, whenever you are listening to this. Thank you so much for joining again.
Can't look you in the face. I don't wanna have to lie. I wanted this love to survive. Now when I look in your I feel paralyzed. Now I know it's over. I see you passing by, hand in hand, with your perfect light. My body goes numb.